nom 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 nom. All day.
Instantly just turned ASMR. Is that what you're saying?
Do it, Curry. Do it.
Now you gotta crunch slowly. And they gotta be able to hear the bag crunching too. You gotta talk very quietly into the mic.
There you go.
Though. Talk very quietly into the mic.
Yes, this is Turbo's Flavors. Dude, that was in my ear. I almost punched you. I was like almost a reaction. I had to stop myself. It was like my body just like was like I had to rein in that reaction. It was like fight or flight just happened. Ugh.
Just gotta say please.
Here you go, Char. All right.
After that.
Turn your mic.
Oh, I'm not doing the voice because.
Wait, can I pick the one?
All right. So you have 3 stars. You pick one of these 3.
Have my core.
Hello.
Hello, Bo.
I was about to say door.
Yeah, each one has a unique class.
Oh wait.
Yeah.
There
Okay.
is.
Not the spiders. I hate spiders. What?
Healing crystal literally only heals me. Nitro I can use to upgrade my weapons after.
It looks so alright. So I'm confused.
No, healing crystal is literally just one solid crystal, while nitro comes in a bundle like gold.
Happy. How did it? Look at the spider.
I mean, grenade launcher is pretty cool. Wish.
Spider. Ew.
quick transition. All right, Jason, Logan, we're gonna start reading. Do you want to do a reading or Bible project first? Okay. Huh. All right. So after first allotment, fruit and hydration. Yeah.
Panera. Yeah, I know. That's what they just said is after this allotment. Hydration.
Fruit.
All right. So we did Haggai, right? Have we done Zechariah? All right. Mute myself.
The book of the prophet Zechariah. The book is set after the return of the exiles from Babylon to Jerusalem, and we're told in the book of Ezra that Zechariah and Haggai together challenged and motivated the people to rebuild the temple and look for the fulfillment of God's promises. Now, long ago, Jeremiah the prophet had said that Israel's exile would last for 70 years, and that afterwards God would restore his presence to a new temple and bring his kingdom and the rule of the Messiah over all nations. The dates at the beginning of this book tell us that those 70 years are almost up. But life back in the land was hard, and it seemed like none of these promises were going to come true. Why? And the book of Zechariah offers an explanation. It has a fairly clear design. There's an introduction which sets the tone for a large collection of Zechariah's dream visions, and that's concluded by chapters 7 and 8. And then this is followed by two more large collections of poetry and prophecy. Let's just dive in and see how the book works. It begins with Zechariah's challenge to his generation to turn back to God and not be like their ancestors who rebelled and refused to listen to the earlier prophets, which landed them in exile. And so now the returned exiles respond positively to Zechariah. They repent and humble themselves before God, or so it seems. The next large section is a collection of 8 nighttime visions that Zechariah experienced. And just to prepare you, these are full of very bizarre, strange images, a lot like your dreams. The idea that God communicates to people through symbolic dreams, it's very old. It goes back to the book of Genesis. The dreams of Jacob or Joseph or Pharaoh, these gave meaning to current events at the time, but they also gave a window into the future. And so Zechariah has his own dreams now, and they've been arranged in this really cool symmetrical design. The first and the last visions are about 4 horsemen each. They're like rangers patrolling the world on God's behalf, and it's a representation of God's attentive watch over the nations. Their report is that the world is at peace. And in Zechariah's day, this refers to how God raised up Persia to conquer Babylon and bring peace. And so the question now arises, the 70 years of Israel's exile are almost up. Is now the time for the Messianic kingdom in Jerusalem? And God responds by saying that he's determined to fulfill those promises, but he leaves the question of timing unanswered. The second and 7th visions are paired because they're both reflections on Israel's past sin that led up to the exile. So the second vision is about these horns that symbolize the nations that attacked and then scattered Israel, Assyria and Babylon. But then these horns or empires are themselves scattered by a group of blacksmiths, an image for Persia. The 7th dream is about a woman in a basket, and we're told that she's a symbol of the centuries of Israel's covenant rebellion. And then this woman is carried off to Babylon by other women who carry the basket flying with stork wings. This is so strange. The 3rd and 6th visions are paired as they're both about the rebuilding of a new Jerusalem. So a man is measuring the city. It's an image of God's promise that Jerusalem will be rebuilt and become a beacon to the nations who will join God's people in worship. And then the 6th dream is about a scroll that flies around the new Jerusalem, punishing thieves and liars. The idea being that the new Jerusalem is a place that's purified from sin by the scriptures. The 4th and 5th visions are at the center of this collection, and they're about the 2 key leaders among the returned exiles. So Joshua, the high priest, and then Zerubbabel, the royal descendant of David. So Joshua had been symbolically wearing Israel's sin in the form of these dirty clothes. But then those are taken off, and he's given new clothes and a new turban, a symbol of God's grace and forgiveness. And then an angel tells Joshua that if he remains faithful to God, he will lead his people, and Joshua will become a symbol of the future Messianic king. The other vision is about two olive trees that supply oil to this elaborate gold lamp, which itself is a symbol of God's watchful eye over his people. And these two trees symbolize the two anointed leaders, Joshua and then Zerubbabel, who's leading the temple rebuilding efforts. And God says that success will not come to this new temple if it's the result only of political maneuvering. Rather, these two leaders must be dependent upon the work of God's Spirit. The visions come to a close with a bonus vision from the prophet, and it picks up the themes of the central fourth and fifth visions. It's Joshua, the high priest again, and he's given a crown and presented as a symbol of the future Messiah, who will also be a priest over God's kingdom. And then Zechariah closes it all out, saying that all of these visions will be fulfilled only if the current generation is faithful to God and obeys the terms of the covenant. And so altogether, these three visions emphasize how the coming of the Messianic kingdom is conditional upon this generation being faithful to God, which leads to the conclusion of the dreams. It's another challenge from Zechariah, and a group of Israelites come, and they've been mourning over the former temple's destruction for nearly 70 years. And they ask him, is it time to stop grieving? I mean, is God's kingdom going to come very soon? And Zechariah again reminds them of how their ancestors rejected God's call through the prophets, which led to the exile. And so he challenges them too. He says this generation will see the Messianic kingdom only if they pursue justice and peace and remain faithful to the covenant. So in other words, Zechariah reverses their question. He asks, are you going to become the kind of people who are ready to receive and participate in God's coming kingdom? And that question is left just hanging there. The people don't answer, and the book just moves on. And so we come to the final sections that are very different from chapters 1 to 8. Each section is a kaleidoscopic collage of poems and images about the future Messianic kingdom. So the first one, chapters 9 to 11, describe the coming of the humble Messianic king who's riding a donkey into the New Jerusalem to establish God's kingdom over the nations. But then, all of a sudden, this king, he's symbolized as a shepherd over the flock of Israel, and then he's rejected. First by his own people, but then also by their leaders, who are also symbolized as shepherds. And so God hands Israel over to these corrupt shepherds. And it raises the question, will Israel's rejection of their king last forever? In the final section, chapters 12 to 14, say no. It's another mosaic of poems and images about the future Messianic kingdom. And they depict the New Jerusalem as a place where God's justice will finally confront and defeat evil among the nations. It's very similar to the same themes in Prophet Joel or Ezekiel. But then God also will confront the rebellion within the hearts of his own people. He's going to pour out his Spirit on them, he says, so that they can repent and grieve over the fact that they have rebelled and rejected their Messianic shepherd. The final chapter concludes with the New Jerusalem as the gathering point for all of the nations. And then this city becomes a new Garden of Eden, and there's a river of living water flowing out of the temple, bringing healing to all of creation, and that's how the book ends. And so Zechariah just leaves you to ponder the connection between chapters 1 through 8 and 9 to 14. And the point seems to be that this future messianic kingdom of the book's second half will only come when God's people are faithful to the covenant, the point of the first half. Reading the book of Zechariah is a wild ride. These visions and poems are full of startling imagery, and they do not follow a linear flow of thought. And that's part of the point. It's like history and our lives. It doesn't always fit into neat, orderly patterns. But the prophets offer us glimpses of God's hand at work, guiding history towards his own purposes. And so ultimately, Zechariah invites us to look above the chaos and hope for the coming of God's kingdom, which should motivate faithfulness in the present. And that's what the book of Zechariah is all about.
What is the concept? Like the concept.
Yeah, you
So I don't really get anything new.
yeah, it does feel like it's almost like
I feel like they're copying it, but then they're putting different characters, just slightly different. So they're like, oh, we're totally not copying, but it's not.
Yeah,
they're not
it's-
copying.
it's repeated themes. It shows Yahweh is
So
using
there's
these.
really nothing new.
I mean, there is new stuff
Yeah, but there's nothing new that I really.
that you felt like you got. Yeah,
There's new stuff introduced in the book, but it's already stuff that he knew.
I mean, there's stuff that he knows, but then there's new
Stuff that-
ideas. And so we're just getting stuck on the things we already know, which is that's why we keep on. It's meditation literature. So we'll just we'll go through it, we'll read through it, and then like like our whole lives are going to be reading this, enjoying the gold nuggets that we get every time we mine. I see it more as like we're in a like a Minecraft world, and say we're in an adventure, and like we we go through spots that we thought we mined, but then once we go over again, we find new loot. Not adventure. I mean, whatever.
Survival.
Survival mode. But yeah, so the main nuggets is I love this imagery is like our lives can be just as chaotic. And so the whole point of it though is this. Are we going to be faithful to Jesus' covenant? Because right,
Are we gonna rebel?
yeah. And so then we just have to set our face towards it. We don't like we know he's a good God. But we do not tie our serving to him just from, you know, good food, good soup.
Good ramen.
Yeah, good. All right. What do you mean? Why you used to always use? I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you might just remember. Like, oh yeah, Corey, you say it like this. You messaged me when we are in Thailand. By the way, remember that one time when we were in that space, we were watching Bob Party video when I said you did that one thing? It was this the one thing. There you go.
Be like, what? And I'd be like, that one time a couple years ago, you were watching this, and I told you that, and you were just like, I don't remember either. I just remembered.
Christ, you're for amazing. Thank you for the writing of the ancients as we wrestle through, yeah, their time, how they write. It's so foreign and different that it can be hard for us to keep coming back to. But we know that you're speaking through these people, and through these stories, you can speak to us. Thank you. Yeah, thank you for speaking to us. We know that you're a God who steps close to humanity. And as we are today, we're honoring Good Friday. So it's Good Friday. You know what that means? You know what Good Friday means? Oh, that's a good guess. Yeah. No. Well, no, Good Friday. We're talking about church history. So today is the day that we recognize Jesus. Like this is the day, like a special day of the year. It's always the Friday before Easter. We see it as a day that we remember Jesus' death on the cross. Sunday. This Sunday.
2 days?
Hmm.
Oh my god.
What? That's a great peach cake.
What cake?
No.
Everyone has different practice. Yep. All right.
No,
So
no.
as we honor Good Friday, remember your death on crucifixion. Let's read the story of your people, King Jesus.
Is there a cross cake?
I bet there are cross cakes out there.
No, that's how I actually remember.
Even though it's like
No, just like a chocolate flavored cross and like a white chocolate
even it's like crazy to think that someone will make a cake that looks like a cross, because cross was the ancient form of torturing. It'll be like if I made a cake from the like when people go get executed on death row. That's like what people do every time they put a cross. Is it'd be like putting an electric chair, like making a cake that looks like an electric chair, or making a cake that looks like the needle that people like you today usually most
What if instead of putting Jesus, I just put Miles Morales?
but then like it's like, like most executions today are by injection, and so it'll be like making an injection needle.
Most executions are murder or knife or gun.
I'm talking about capital punishment.
Oh, then like
It's a needle. They inject them with yeah with,
poison.
with stuff.
Actually, it's spiders.
Okay.
Spider eggs.
All right.
My mom asked me earlier where Kitten was, and she was stuck in the neighbor's backyard.
I'm not surprised it's a cat. Cats do that. All right.
Or she hopped over my fence because my window is next to the fence.
Nadab, son of Jeroboam, had become king over Israel in the second year of Asa, king of Judah, and he reigned over Israel for 2 years. He did what was displeasing in Yahweh's eyes and walked in the way of his father, and the offenses he caused Israel to commit. Baasha, son of Ahijah of the household of Issachar, plotted against him, and Baasha struck him down at Gibbethon of the Philistines. Nadab and all Israel were laying siege to Gibbethon. When he became king, he struck down all Jeroboam's household. He then did not let any soul belong to Jeroboam survive until he had destroyed it, in accordance with Yahweh's word, which he spoke by means of his servant Ahijah the Shilonite. Yahweh's word came to Jehu, son of Hanani, against Baasha. Because I elevated you from the dirt and made you ruler over my people Israel, but you walked in the way of Jeroboam and caused my people Israel to offend, provoking me by their offenses. Now I'm going to do away with Baasha and his household and make your household like the household of Jeroboam son of Nebat. The person belongs to Baasha who died in the city, the dogs will eat, and the person who belongs to him who dies in the open country, the birds of the heavens will eat. So we're going to read a lot of this in the Kings, where kings be stupid. They promote worshiping other gods, and then Yahweh's like, I set you up as a ruler. What you doing? Well,
Why?
here's your
You're so weird, bro.
here's your consequences. Consequences. Consequences.
Where did that?
And in the 26th year of Asa king of Judah, Ahlon son of Baasha became king over Israel in Tirzah for 2 years. His servant Zimri, commander of half the territory, plotted against him. He was in Tirzah, getting drunk in the house of Arsa, who was over the household of Tirzah. Zimri came in, struck him down, and killed him. Zimri destroyed all Baasha's household in accordance with the word of Yahweh they had spoken to Baasha by means of the prophet Jehu. In the 27th year of Asa king of Judah, Zimri reigned for 7 days in Tirzah when the company was camped at Gibbethon of the Philistines.
7 days.
The company encamped hurt. Zimri has plotted and furthermore struck down the king, and all Israel made Omri, the army commander, king over Israel that day in the camp. Omri and all Israel with him went up from Gibbethon and besieged Tirzah. When Zimri saw that the city was taken, he went into the citadel in the king's house and burned the king's house with fire over himself. So he died. When the people of Israel divided in half the people followed Tibni the son of Ginath, making him king, and half followed Omri. But the company that followed Omri was stronger than the company that followed Tibni son of Ginath. Tibni died, and Omri became king. He acquired the mountain of Samaria from Shimmer for 2 talents of silver, and built up the mountain and called the city he built by the name of Shimmer, the owner of the mountain Samaria. The rest of the acts of Omri which he did, and the power that he showed, these are indeed written down in the annals of the kings of Israel. Ahab, son of Omri, became king over Israel in the 38th year of Asa, king of Judah. Ahab, son of Omri, reigned over Israel and Samaria for 22 years. Ahab did more to provoke Yahweh, the God of Israel, than all the kings of Israel who were before him. In his time, Hiel the Bethelite built up Jericho. At the cause of Abram, his firstborn, he initiated it. And at the cause of Sugung, his youngest, he set up its gates. In accordance with Yahweh's word that he spoke by means of Joshua, son of Nun. So you see the waywardness, how deep it's going. This guy sacrificed 2 of his kids and building the city. Woo.
That right. V2.
Yesterday, as usual, we began our faculty meeting by sharing topics for prayer. And then, as it happened, as I had to try to pray a prayer that covered them all, the sharing referred to someone's health needs, to someone who had lost a job, to someone whose daughter-in-law had just got her PhD, to posts we were trying to fill, to a clash between Israelites and Palestinians that had just taken place. One of the people present was about to go to Israel, to a tension between North and South Korea. One of the people present was Korean. And maybe to other things I can't now remember. In my prayer, I thank God for being the God of all these aspects of our lives and concerns. The stories in the books of Kings reflect this wide range of God's concerns and involvement, and in particular draws our attention to God's involvement in political affairs. Though the books often leave open the nature of that involvement, they are thereby tantalizing, though also strangely encouraging. Interesting. So everything we read, he says they're strangely encouraging. Okay. And apparently not always knowing how God is involved, they show that they are in the same position as we are. After telling us about Jeroboam as king of Ephraim, they have focused on his contemporaries in Judah, Rehoboam, Ahijah, and Asa. Now they backtrack slightly to Jeroboam's successor, Nadab, who came to the throne early on in Asa's reign, and then go on to cover Baasha, Elah, Zimri, Omri, and Ahab. In fact, the story is going to focus for a long time on events in Ephraim, and in particular on the reign of Ahab. That's probably because it lets itself focus on the work of prophets in Ephraim, especially Elijah and Elisha. It also because the history of Ephraim is more tumultuous, as the story of these 5 kings show, and because Ephraim is much bigger than little Judah and is a bigger player on the international stage. This is itself partly because of its location. Judah is more mountainous and more isolated than Ephraim. So I think where he's leading to is like even when we see the power play between our nation, like the United States, between other nations like North and South Korea, between the conflict happening with Israel and Palestine right now, like we see that still Yahweh is involved. Like he is still like he's not the cause of the evil, but it's also like chaos is not going to still happen to the point where Yahweh's like, oh no, the chaos is bigger than me. What do I do?
Yeah.
He's still, his purpose to bless the nations is still working out.
Yeah.
Yet once again, the story isn't very forthcoming about how God is involved in all that. Though perhaps we are invited to draw our own conclusions about the sequence of coups in Ephraim. One implication of the story is that Judah was fortunate to have the dynasty of David firmly established in Jerusalem. There could be a conflict about which descendant of David to reign, but to the very end of Judah's story, there wasn't much prospect of some nobody replacing a descendant of David. In Ephraim, however, dynasties changed. Nadab reigns 2 years and is assassinated by Baasha, who does take steps to make his throne secure by killing everyone belonging to Nadab. But his son is assassinated after 2 years, while his assassin reigns only a week, and Omri succeeds only after further internal conflict. Omri then gets only half a dozen verses in the story, mostly occupied by the usual generalized judgment about his being a bad guy. It does refer to his considerable achievements in founding Samaria as Ephraim's new capital. The city will eventually give its name to the whole area of Samaria. Further, it refers to the power he exercised. The story does use that expression about some other kings, but in Omri's case, there's a special significance to the use of the word. Assyrian annals often refer to Omri. The records of the Moabites relate how he oppressed them for a long time. So right now he's talking about actual like historical records we have. So you know the Moabites, right? Like I think Ruth is a Moabite. And Ruth is like the great grandma of Jesus.
Yeah.
So there's records of the Moabite people saying how Omri oppressed them. Like we like literal like which is really cool. Like there's literal records showing like that these writers are not making up these people. These are actual people.
Yeah.
Even though First and Second Kings, the writers are prophets, so they are crafting a theological argument. So the records of the Moabites relate how he oppressed them for a long time. Politically, he was a significant figure in the development of Ephraim. But Second Kings isn't very interested in all that. If you want to know about it, it says you can go and look in the state records. Historians will give their right arm to be able to do so. Alas, any records of that kind perished millennia ago. So what's really cool too is it always like
What's a minute?
a millennia ago means like 1,000 years. Between 2 and 10,000 years ago. Oh. Okay, I've learned. Based on the definition of millennium as a period of 100. So when I say millennium, it means multiple millenniums. Millennium means 1,000 years. So when we say millennia, it's the plural. It can mean 2 to 10,000 years ago. So what's cool is they like this author, who is again making a theological argument.
Yeah.
He's saying this is the people where Yahweh's purpose to bless the nations will happen, but they're messed up.
You're
That's
right.
it.
You're right. We don't care about that. Let's just do our own thing.
But what's really cool is they're like, oh yeah, now if you want to hear more about his reign, check out this primary source. No. This is like there's historical records, so we know when Omni reigned. But the thing is like when you going back 1,000 years, it's really hard to collect primary resources. Thank you. So it's just really hard to collect old primary resources because paper decays. Like
Especially when it gets wet.
it's actually like that's why like the things like the Dead Sea Scrolls are such a significant find, and all these things like these Moabite records are such. They're like, what's like a dime like they're dime a dozen or like they're literally like it's where's
Priceless.
priceless. That's the word. It's like something is so valuable that you can't put a price on it. It's better not to put a price on it because
Even if it was the whole entire world for money. Very pat, we're right there.
okay. As far as First Kings is concerned, the key question continues to be how faithful the kings are to Yahweh. By implication, the apostate origins and foundations of Ephraim's existence mean it is no coincidence that its history is so chaotic. Sometimes the book can know concretely how this works out. Baasha's slaughter of Jeroboam's household fulfills God's message of judgment given to Jeroboam's wife. In turn, God gives another prophet, Jehu, a message of judgment concerning Baasha's household. Though this is not because of his violence, there are other passages in the Old Testament that will suggest disprove all that violence, even though it was God's own means of bringing judgment. Further, this judgment does not fall directly on Baasha, who managed to reign for 24 years, but on his son. One usually cannot predict how God's warning or God's promises will find fulfillment. The fulfillment often comes about through an interaction between policies God wants to implement and political realities. God doesn't often intervene to make things happen that wouldn't ever happen, humanly speaking, but uses the potentials of human commitment, ambition, faithfulness, and wickedness. On the other hand, the consistency of God's involvement is suggested by the words God gives Jehu about the dogs and the birds. You remember Jehu's message about the dogs and the birds? That there's not going to be a body left from them. The dogs are going to num them. Yeah. Which like shows like that is some crazy judgment. It's like you're so wayward, you sacrifice your kids to Baal and like you like set up totem poles, like you led people to worship other gods, which is like
Already bad enough.
like convincing other people to worship other gods and also like idolatry, so like being married and sleeping on another man's wife, like those are like the two things that like the Bible, like Yahweh just like gives up firm, like, I do not approve of that. My hand's no longer is now against you.
Yeah, that's a big no.
With some irony, God repeats the message given to Jeroboam in 1 Kings. Baasha has been the means of that message coming true, but now his own household will see the same message fulfilled in its own life. The reign of Omri's son Ahab will be the background for the rest of 1 Kings. his representing a new low in the story of Ephraim is implicit in the note about Chil, which implies that he sacrificed his sons as a kind of enacted prayer for the success of his building venture. Man, can you imagine? Like, we have a library being built, right?
Yeah.
Can you imagine, like, the city governor just, like, sacrifices his kids towards the building of that?
What?
No, well, I'm saying, like that's what the guy did. He, like, built a city and sacrificed his kid on an altar to a god.
That's not right.
Well, it's like, we're so far away, though. Like, we live in a very sanitized, like, we don't experience, we don't see that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But this was during a time when that kind of stuff happened.
That big no.
Which also, we are privileged. We're so far away that we will be absolutely just, what's the word?
Dumb.
Shocked. We'll be shocked. And they'll get the legal ban hammer on them. If any,
No, bad. No, go to no.
yeah, so like, we just take a moment is how blessed we are that we are not in a time when that could be normal.
Yeah.
Like, a king can do that. Like if a president or a king or the prime minister of England, like, does something like that, the whole world will be dismayed.
Yeah.
All right, friends, we can start. Good talk. Good talk about human sacrifices and murder and assassinations. La 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 la. But remember who's still working out everything for the blessing of the nations
God.
through human evil? Yes. Yahweh.
Yeah. Yeah. Whatever. Go, bro. Oh. Shit. Wow. Mama, wow. Now put it up. I love you. Oh my god. I Alright,
Yeah.
I need to update.
Cool.
Move out my way! I'm out way, boy. Oh.
My ass got too big.
All those minerals were dragging me down. Looking like a hot one today.
No.
Hazard 3, sure, no sweat. Time for some recon.
That's the first. Wow. Love you. You out? All right. Love you mentally. Okay. There you go. Yeah, a solution comes from above.
Show me more. Gorgeous gun for a gorgeous dwarf.
That's true. Thank you.
Only hit him. He has that counter. Oh. Ow!
Gonna roll the dice on this one. I feel stronger. I'm feeling lucky. That's what I needed. Nothing for me here. Let's try again. You don't see these every day.
Wait, what?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's fine. Hey, at least that dude died. Oh my god, he just. Way too close!
My nails to match it.
Oh, darn it. All right, in 13 minutes, we have to go through steps.
Really?
Honk!
Huh. All right. Yeah, I was playing the scout last time.
Maki, yo, Maki!
So you like to be the really strong guy? You don't like when other people play the really strong guy?
Yeah, kill that. Oh, yeah, coming here, boy.
I have to do that.
Oh, whoa!
Oh, that works.
I did it. Try again.
I got everyone mad at me. Oh my god, he literally jumped over. He freaking countered me. Are you kidding?
Oh my gosh, I dropped it but didn't pick it up. The supply drop. I'm such a silly goose.
Hey. Oh god, no.
I don't have. Oh, go. Out of there. Other way.
Ah! Bet you won't. Abby, no, Abby. No! I gotta play from anyway.
I got death counter. Oh! Ow.
Darn it.
at time. So after that temp try, let's All right. All right, Jason, we're at time. Okay, finish your ult.
I'm up for Hazard 3.
Burst fire.
Hazard 3 for me.
NG.
I'm the one who tinkers.
Ah!
Hey, are you used up your ult, Jason? Alright, Char, after that. Alright. Oh, you're prac.
Upside down.
Alright, Char. Pause. Because we're at time. Well, you can pause for practice, so please pause. Thank you, Jason. We were waiting. Because I let you finish. You were done when I let you try to the previous, and you could practice with no Spanish stuff. We're gonna keep on doing this. Wait till he finishes. Wait till you finish. Wait till he finishes. Next thing you know. Yeah. Well, I mean, we're not because Robin took the car.
I'll be down if you want to like come with me when I drop off Char. Just stop up in there on the way back. Yep, Brad.
Let me go.
Right. Yes, friend? It is 2:35. I do need you to eat fruit, so I mean that's the part before more meeting.
shotgun from the start.
That's fine. They need time to cool off. You don't mind just doing that so it stops beeping? I have no idea. It's my first time trying them. Yeah. So after I'm done reading, would you like to try one? Okay. It'll need time to cool off. All right. All right. Cool. Jesus, you're for amazing. Thank you, Jesus, that we don't. That my friends behind me at their young age, you don't have to worry about their fathers coming home from trying to find work, worrying about if they will have food. To live in abundance where we don't have to worry about if we will have enough food to survive the day or survive the next day. We don't have to ration food out. We don't have to worry about the kids around us become child soldiers for some sort of empire. In the relative sanitary and we're pretty safe here and we're pretty privileged. Yes, there's grave evils that we have to wrestle through today. And it's really easy to become apathetic and not reckon what we have here. What we have here that's usually at the cost of other nations, at the cost of someone else's child making our clothes, someone else's child making our electronics. I don't know those information. Please make me aware of that information with what I own. So as we read during a time when a lot of people just suffered. They suffer at the hands of other kings, like a lot of people around the world do. We just thank you that you are the great king. You're the great king who didn't usurp your authority to subjugate people under power and might. But you show power by serving and love. Serving to the point of death, and that's what today is about. Today we hyper-focus on. And so we thank you, King Jesus. Wonderful awesome name. Amen. The personal and the politics. Elijah the Tishbite from the settlers in Gilead said to Ahab, "As Yahweh lives, the God of Israel before whom I stand in attendance, during these years there will be no dew." This is Elijah the prophet. So just so we know. So this is during the time when the kings are bad. Here's Ahab. Bad king. So Elijah the prophet. So Elijah the Tishbite from the settlers in Gilead said to Ahab, "As Yahweh lives, the God of Israel before whom I stand in attendance, during these years." So you know what's really cool? Where whom I stand in attendance. So have you ever heard we talk about Yahweh's armies? So like imagine a cabinet, like a president has his cabinet. He is welcome as a prophet. He's welcome among the people who attend Yahweh. He's in the inner cabinet. You know what I mean by cabinet? Not thinking like there's actually a really popular show about. It's pretty much who. So it's the kings. He works beside the king. He speaks on behalf of the king. So he speaks on behalf of Yahweh. So like it's in the cabinet. So. Oh, the West show. I think the show's called West Wing. So during these years, there will be no dew or rain except at the word from my mouth. So Yahweh's giving him power to say that you're a bad dude. There's going to be no rain for your crops until I say so. And so again, Yahweh's punishment always happens in the hope of people can turn their face towards worship. But as you're going to see, our hearts can be easily stubborn. Yahweh's word came to him. "Go from here, turn east and hide in the Cherith Wash, which faces the Jordan. You will drink from the wash, and I have ordered ravens to fill you there." He went and acted in accordance with Yahweh's word. Ravens were bringing him bread and meat in the morning and bread and meat in the evening, and he drank from the wash. After some time, the wash dried up because there was no rain in the country. Yahweh's word came to him. "Arise, go to Zarephath, which belongs to Sidon, and live there. Now I have commanded a woman there who is a widow." You know what a widow is? What's a...
Like somebody who lives in the dark, sort of like an assassin.
No. That's a good guess. Is you're thinking like assassin widow, right? A widow means like her husband died. Yeah. So I have commanded a woman there who is a widow. Assassin. I have commanded a woman there who is a widow to fill you. He arose and went to Zarephath, came to the city gate, and there a woman who was a widow was gathering wood there. He called her. Could you get me a little water in the vessel so I could drink? When she went to get it, he called to her. Could you get me a piece of bread in your hand? She said, As Yahweh your God lives, I have nothing baked, only a handful of flour in a jar and a little oil in a jug. So here I am collecting a couple of pieces of wood so that I can come and fix it for myself and my son so we can eat it and die. You remember when I was praying about how people like worry about food for the next day? This widow was in such poverty that she was expecting to have her last meal and her son and her die of hunger. Elijah said to her, Don't be afraid. Come, act in accordance with your word. Only make me a small loaf from there first and bring it out to me, and afterward make some for you and your son. Because Yahweh, the God of Israel, has said this, the jar of flour will not be used up, and the jug of oil will not fail until the day Yahweh gives rain on the face of the ground. She went and acted in accordance with Elijah's word. And she and her household ate for some time. After this, the son of the mistress of the household became sick. His sickness grew very serious until no breath remained in him. She said to Elijah, What is between you and me, man of God? You have come to me to draw attention to my waywardness and to cause my son to die. He said to her, Give me your son. He took him out of her arms and took him up to the upper room where he was living and lay him on his bed, and called to Yahweh and said to her, Yahweh, my God, are you really going to bring trouble on the woman with whom I'm residing by causing her son to die? He stretched out over the boy 3 times and called to Yahweh, Yahweh, my God, may this boy's breath return to his body. Yahweh listened to the voice of Elijah, and the boy's breath returned to his body, and he came alive. Elijah took the boy and brought him down from the upper room into the house and gave him to his mother. Elijah said, Look, your son is alive. The woman said to Elijah, Now I acknowledge that you are a man of God. The word of Yahweh in your mouth is truthful. Here, your son is alive. Look, your son is alive. I have just deleted an email from a student whose life I saw something of a miracle a few months ago. She had been diagnosed as having a brain tumor. You know what a brain tumor is? Huh? Yeah, well, it's kind of like a tumor is when you have a lump of tissue. And a lot of times, a lump of tissue has a high chance of getting cancerous. And was hastily scheduled for an emergency operation to try to remove it. The surgeons were not sure this would work, though her mother said on the eve of the operation, there are so many people praying about this tumor, it doesn't have a chance. This was, of course, whistling in the wind. Prayer doesn't work like that. But when the surgeons opened up the woman's head, they couldn't find a tumor. And they are scratching their own heads about it. That doesn't prove that a miracle happened. They're still assuming that there is something natural explanation. But it's hard for those of us who are involved to believe that what happened was pure chance. It's equally impossible to prove that a miracle happened to this boy. Maybe the miracle lay in the coincidence of timing in connection with Elijah's action and the boy's spontaneous recovery or coming back to life. It's not quite clear whether the boy was near death or had actually died. In the latter case, it will be better to call this a resuscitation, than a resurrection, because he is not raised to a new kind of life in the way Jesus will be. So you guys know the difference between resuscitation and then resurrection? Yeah. Well, resuscitation is like there are people who hearts flatline. And that's when they grab the little the bolts. That's resuscitation if they bring them back from that. But we can't say that's resurrection. That's just resuscitation. Because a resurrection means that you have a 2.0 body like King Jesus. And we better call this a resuscitation than a resurrection. Because he is not raised to a new kind of life in the way Jesus will be.
Either way, you won't find his mother taking the possibility that his recovery is a coincidence any more seriously than my student's mother can. Further, it is neatly matter-of-fact human story. No angels appear, and no bolts from heaven, or even ravens in miraculously lasting flour and oil. It's easy enough to picture it happening and to imagine the human emotions the story describes. Typically of the Old Testament, the personal and the political interweave in the story. Its background lies in events in the last verses of the previous chapter, in the manner of Solomon. Ahab encourages political relationships with Tyre, the big powers to the northeast, by marrying one of the king's daughter, Jezebel. This requires him to facilitate the practice of her faith and thus the erecting of an altar to the master, which is Baal, by the way. Hebrew word for master is Baal. And in Asherah, in the new capital his father had built. It is in light of Ahab's political and religious policies that Elijah declares there's going to be a drought. It is hardly possible to imagine a bigger catastrophe. If there is no rain, nothing grows. People have nothing to eat and they die. Further, there is some logic about an Israelite prophet declaring that there will be a catastrophe taking this particular form. Whereas there are situations in which the most important practical thing Yahweh can do for Israel is protect and deliver it from its enemies. The Exodus and Red Sea illustrates that. In the regular course of life, when the political situation is more settled, the most important practical thing Yahweh can do for Israel is to make sure the country gets the rain it needs. The question is, can Israel trust Yahweh to do so? People such as the loyal Canaanites and their relatives to the northeast, the Phoenicians, where Jezebel came from, believe that the master was the one who did so. So we believe Yahweh is the sustainer of the heavens and earth, right? So for the physicians, they believe that the master, so Baal, where we get Baal from the word master again. So they believe Baal was the one who did the master. By facilitating the worship of the master in Samaria because it is his wife's faith, Ahab was given the impression that this might be the case. And other passages make clear enough that most Israelites were at least prepared to hedge their bets by praying to the master as well as to Yahweh. And so here we usually think like, either I got to be fully a Muslim, fully a Christian, or fully a Buddhist. But in that time, they could see that you could pray to both. As Yahweh, and actually it's weird. That's actually the original word atheist. What did not mean that you didn't believe in a God. The original word atheist was just was for Christians who didn't believe the other gods have power. You only serve one. Saying you only serve one God is bonkers in the ancient world. Because you serve multiple gods to protect you. As Yahweh's servant, therefore, Elijah declares that there will be neither rain nor dew. Through the summer months, dew is also key to the harvest, except when he says so. This sudden declaration is remarkable in a number of ways. Elijah appears like a bolt out of the blue. Indeed, prophecies of this kind appears out of the blue. The power he assumes has no precedent. We know nothing of his background except that he comes from the other side of the Jordan. Who he is as a person does not matter. What happens is that he is a man of God, someone taken hold of by God. We know nothing of his call. We hear nothing of God's telling him to say there will be a drought. It is he who says it. He is almost like one of the supernatural divine aides who speak as if they are a kind of incarnation of God. In fact, at the close of the story, the woman declares not that she now knows that Yahweh is God, but that she now knows that Elijah is a man of God who truly speaks a reliable word from God. To recognize Elijah is to recognize Yahweh. During the drought, God will provide for Elijah by means of an isolated stream he will live near and by means of the help of some scavengers. But Awash, a stream in a valley or ravine that can get very full in the rainy season, can dry up in the summer, and can certainly do so during a drought. No doubt, God could have especially provided Elijah with water, but instead God takes him all the way from the southeast of Ephraim to the far northwest and beyond Ephraim into the very territory of Jezebel and her father. So in the place where these people actually all serve the master, he takes Elijah to their territory, to this widow. If he believed in gods who had their own territories, then there is no doubt that this is the master's territory. So Elijah's being the means of Yahweh's providing for a needy person there carries the conflict into enemy territory and demonstrates that Yahweh is truly God in Phoenicia as well as in Ephraim. The widow's providing for him implies a recognition that he is someone who stands for Yahweh and that this counts for something. The need to bring her son back to life will make it possible to extend the point. Canaanites and Israelites were also inclined to assume that the master was the Lord of life and death, the one who decided whether children were born and whether people lived or died. There in the master's territory, Elijah demonstrates that it is Yahweh who has that power. Yet the story does not make that point, and at this moment focuses on the personal rather than the political or religious. Here is a woman who has committed herself to Yahweh's servant, letting this foreigner with his strange God use her spare room because he needs somewhere to live. She has pain in her heart, and the usual human instinct is to think that God is punishing her when things go wrong in her life. Will God really have her son die? Actually, the answer is yes, God often will do so, but this time God does not, which encourages Israelites to be open to the possibility that the God who definitely can do miracles of this kind might do one for them. All right, we talked a lot. I want to go eat some sausages. Do you still want to try a sausage, Char? Yeah, I can save you one. He wants a double jump.
But I
pick you. We were playing toss the ball, and I was like, yeah, if you catch it and then you just stop him, and then Jason wouldn't do that. He nipped at Jason. He got in trouble. You want to tell me about your day, Bailey? Ooh. Yeah, her teacher said there's gonna be lots of candy today. Did you eat lots of candy? Oh. Oh. What kind of candy did you have? Nice. Oh. That's fun.
Right there.
Hey Bailey, just tell mom, hey, just do an Easter egg hunt already. That's fun.
Yeah.
You wanna hang out with them while we're moving?
Oh, that's not.
There. Yeah, Duffy don't.
Love you. I love.
Let's come after you, bud.
Oh, got stuck on that lip.
High levels have so much health. Down on even though you're 5, so no, you
Just breathtaking, isn't it? Down to the bow. It's a Salt Caves type of day. Let's go to the bow. Looking like a hot one today.
Alright.
Let's go to the bow. I'm up for hazard 3. Scout Classic, please.
Either the dreadnought goes or we send in another dwarf.
That's just
My pick.
Oh, it's a pistol. Okay.
it's good for
Hollow bow again.
outside.
I'm up for hazard 3.
We're here to mine. Find and eliminate the dreadnought. You're on your own this time. There's no one to carry us. Legendary upgrade. Not. Feels like a brand new. Nope. Try again. Why? More options. You don't see these every day.
Going, Miner. We have quotas to fulfill.
Can't believe how green I was when I started.
the semi-fin. Bounty.
He used to be a Piki user.
Fire captain. I beat that dude up.
Well, the guy in the anime who's the light fruit user, he's also kind of tool.
Runs out. The drop pod is not going to hang around.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I want your bounty. Better if I just do that. Seriously, RNGs did not give me what I wanted.
Fuck. Fuck.
May as well do Hazard 3.
I tried that. Ah.
I'll do scout recon.
We're sending you in to take out a dreadnought. Get it done, Miner.
I'll try
We're
again
all
another
counting
day.
on you.
I found
It's so shiny here. Magma core, more like sweaty bits.
I
Hi-ho,
see.
hi-ho, it's to the bow we go. I'll try on Hazard 3. I'm going recon.
To take out a dreadnought. Get it done, Miner.
Wait.
I mean, send a party request. That will fix things up. He won't be able to attack you if he's in your party.
I'm not perfect. Okay, now, Phoenix user, I told you. You're random. Hey, hey, I know. Yeah, yeah,
curious. Okay.
Why not?
Have an atomizer.
Well, he sounds like a nice marine. Anything? Is there anything special like with bounty? Besides like marine spawn, marines attacking you chance? I say there's if there's
Oh, it's so good.
All right, Charlie, dip in 13 minutes, my friend. I decided to be flexible and give you guys a little extra time. You know, flexible brain space?
Yeah.
So are you guys going against each other or being on the same team? Alright, no such thing as team kill? Cool. Oh, that hurts. Ooh.
Crystalline Caverns, the Jewel of Hut. Here we go. It's a salt caves type of day. It's a magma core type of day.
Never meant to call you that. And I know. And I know.
Oh, they're teaming!
All right, we dip in 3 minutes, Char. Never meant to come back.
Wraps up, Miner. The longer you sit, the harder it gets.
Low speed. Definitely call it. What the? I'll leave the experience be. All right, Char, we're at time, my friend. I just have to redo this anyways. You need like do do an ult or something. Oh, it looks like, are you on ult right now? Okay, then let's go, my friend. I'll let myself die.